Mayor, you ready?
Ready? Yep. Good evening. I would like to welcome Billy Lowe, lead pastor with City Church, who will lead us in tonight's invocation.
All right, well, good evening. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, thank you for this beautiful weather and allowing us to gather tonight. Lord, like always, we pray that you would give this council great wisdom in order to lead this city in a way that honors you. Lord, thank you for allowing all of us to live in this great place and a city that flourishes and prospers in every way, a city that has great education and police and public servants that want to see the best for this place. So God, I pray that you would honor that, and I pray that we would honor you in everything that we do. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. I would like to call the regular meeting of the Milton City Council for Monday, March 18th, 2024 to order. The city strongly recommends that you review tonight's agenda carefully, and if you wish to speak on any item on the agenda, then please bring your comment cards to the clerk as soon as possible. While the Milton rules allow a speaker to turn in their comment card up until the clerk calls the agenda item, once the agenda item is called, no more comment cards can be accepted. Will the city clerk please call the roll and make general announcements?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'll be happy to call roll for the March 18th, 2024 regular City Council meeting. I was getting ready for my agenda item. I would like to remind those in attendance to please silence all cell phones at this time. Those attending the meeting who would like to make a public comment, you are required to complete a public comment card prior to the agenda item being called. All speakers will identify themselves with name, address, and organization before beginning their comment. If you are representing an organization, a notarized affidavit is required stating you have the authority to speak on behalf of that organization. Please review tonight's agenda, and if you would like to make a comment, please bring your comment cards to me now. Demonstration of any sort within the chamber is prohibited. Please refrain from any applause, cheering, booing, outburst, or dialogue with any person speaking. Anyone in violation will be asked to leave. Mayor and Council, as I call roll this evening, please confirm your attendance. Mayor Peyton Jamison.
Here.
Councilmember Andrea Veerhoff. Here. Councilmember Doug Haney.
Here.
Councilmember Juliette Johnson.
Here.
Councilmember Carol Cookerly.
Here.
Councilmember Jan Jacobus. And Councilmember Phil Cranmer.
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum. Would everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, next is approval of the meeting agenda. Council, I would like to add an executive session to discuss personnel, land acquisition, and potential litigation. If there's no other changes, I'd like to ask for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as proposed with the inclusion of the executive session.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Cranmer and a second from Councilmember Johnson to approve the agenda with the addition of the executive session. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That is unanimous. Next is general public comment. Do we have any general public comment?
We do, Mayor.
Okay, the next item is general public comment. Public comment is a time for citizens to share information with the mayor and the city council and to provide input and opinions on any matter that is not scheduled for its own public hearing during today's meeting. Each citizen who chooses to participate in public comment must complete a comment card and submit it to the city clerk prior to the agenda item being called. Please remember this is not a time to engage the mayor or members of the city council in conversation. When your name is called, please come forward and speak into the microphone stating your name and address for the record. You will have 5 minutes for remarks. The city encourages you to review the agenda, and if you wish to speak, to bring your comment cards to the city clerk right now. Will the city clerk please call the first public comment?
I invite Mr. Tim Becker to the podium, please.
Tim Becker, 97 Canton Street, Alpharetta, Georgia. Good evening, council. I come tonight reluctantly. I come to clear the record and to clear my name. As you know, many attempts have been made over the years to discredit me. All have backfired miserably, and they usually drive many more people to the Milton Coalition blog. The latest attempt to assassinate my character came on October 2nd, 2023. These sorts of attacks always increase before elections. On October 2nd, 2023, two citizens came forward. One was Debbie Beecham, the other one was Nia Kortson. I want to address each one of their comments individually. Ms. Beecham came forward and implied that death threats to the mayor and his family were manufactured by the mayor and myself. This was a truly despicable and ridiculous accusation. And of course, last week, a suspect was charged in those death threats. That's all I have to say on this matter at this point. The second citizen that came forward, and I want to spend more time on this, was Nia Kortson. She used my name and she read a sentence from a state ethics panel ruling from 2021. She uttered the sentence twice. She waived the ruling dramatically. Unfortunately, that ruling was based on some false and misleading statements that were made by a defendant in the case, who was Laura Bentley. However, after the ruling, the commission staff issued a subsequent ruling. And I want to read that ruling. It's short. Mr. Becker, thank you for coming forward with additional evidence and context in the case of 2019-30 in the matter of Laura Bentley. I regret the mistake and the lack of effort made by prior commission staff in failing to gather this important evidence from you during the life of this case. Although the outcome would have been the same in dismissing the case, it is readily apparent that you never, I repeat, never, made any false or misleading statements during the pendency of this case or in any prior case before the commission. I want to emphasize that because Ms. Bentley, when she submitted her response as the defendant in this case, said that the commission had come to that kind of determination. I want to read the second paragraph. The information you provided to establish timelines and context to the complaint is invaluable in determining that the administrative dismissal should have been written differently to include all the information you provided. This is important. They use the words timelines and context because in Ms. Bentley's response, she basically said, he just was one of many supporters, don't really basically know the guy, and he would not have known anything that happened before her qualification. The truth is, I was on both of her campaign committees. The first one was formed 9 months before she qualified. The second campaign committee I helped to form, and that committee met always at my house. So that's important because that was not at all stated in Ms. Bentley's response to the commission. The commission goes on to say, I am unsure as to why prior staff did not at least contact you to gather evidence, but you are a credible and dependable witness who had relevant information to the investigation. Thank you for bringing this matter to our attention, and you have my deepest apology for the error in failing to properly gather this information from you during the life of this case. That
Time's
could not be more
expired.
clear.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, please call
I
the next
invite
speaker.
Jeff Moen.
Good evening, I'm Jeff Moen. I live at 130 Providence Plantation Drive, and I oppose the liquor license at 13555 Black Marl Lane. Over the weekend, I watched the Design Review Board meeting of March 2nd, 2021. And I realized that Charlie Roberts clearly identified why I oppose the liquor license. As he said, this is a subdivision, not on a public road, which makes neighbor buy-in incredibly important. Without it, it's a deal breaker. He and Laura went on to say, these deals always morph over time. There's no guarantee for where this will all end up when Mr. Rosenberger sells. There should be no liquor license where there's a subdivision and the winery has no direct public access. A situation like this puts one person's land rights above the rest. In the case of Providence Plantation, there are 40 families with land rights who suffer from one family's decision to change the neighborhood for everyone without their consent. This is unacceptable because the 40 families are in opposition. During the meeting, Charlie Roberts asked Mr. Rosenberger why no letters of acceptance were obtained from neighbors. Jim replied that he wasn't told that it was necessary. Charlie then clearly told him that it's necessary and to do it immediately. Charlie Roberts and Laura Wysong both voiced the concern that Mr. Rosenberger could sell tomorrow and then we have a winery. Quote, I would be upset if my neighbor got a license and then sold it. Further, he says, our job is to protect the public. The neighborhood owners have legal land rights. The most important thing to me, Charlie said, is that these neighbors write letters of support for this. He went further. He says, what is protection of the public? Any traffic drives by other homeowners. My answer is no. This is Charlie now. Unless you get a letter from every homeowner, legally, when you buy in a neighborhood, all of you have the rights of the declaration that protects everybody, no matter who comes and goes for 100 years. He said, this is Charlie speaking, Jim, you're wanting to change that neighborhood and the rights of all those homeowners. You're in a neighborhood, not in a property with access to a public road. Not only can deals morph, now this is me speaking, over time, but we've seen Mr. Rosenberger morph the deal himself over time. First, it was an event venue. Then it was only a barn in front of a house. Then it was a winery for personal use, no tastings, not commercial. After all, quoting Jim, it's a subdivision. Then it was a winery producing and mixing with public tastings. Then no tastings, just private parties and bona fide friends. Then a wine club, no retail customers. Which is it? Where I come from, we say it sounds like a bar of soap in a bathtub. It seems that Mr. Rosenberger will say anything that will get him a liquor license. One thing is clear. With a liquor license, Mr. Rosenberger will morph yet again and do whatever he wants, as he told us in his letter to the neighborhood, threatening letter to the neighborhood. He'll do whatever he wants with willful disregard for the land rights of the 40 neighbors of Providence Plantation who oppose the liquor license. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mayor, I invite Brian Idix to the podium.
Hello, I'm Brian Idix, 115 Gladwin Court, and I'm talking about the winery. Go figure. I'm here to be encouraging, though. I'm happy that the city and Jim are working toward an agreement that'll benefit everyone, including the residents. That seems very reasonable and appropriate, the agreement. And it's great both sides are willing to do this. The reason I'm happy is because this agreement, as I understand it, would accomplish three things. Make Jim whole to the degree that he has damages resulting from the city's actions.
Number 2, hold the city accountable for past mistakes, but not more than that. And 3, keep an alcohol-related business out of a residential neighborhood. I know the city is and should be concerned with spending money unnecessarily, but I would like to highlight that using a third-party mediator could help with such foundational points as the related time frame and expenses, both of which are likely in dispute right now. Maybe you've considered that and found it not needed, but I just ask you to consider that. Maybe the expense of the mediator would be less than the cost of future activity should discussions fail, which then would result in require the city council to vote. So regarding that potential vote, I want to encourage each member of the city council to continue reviewing all the information the residents have provided and will likely continue to provide. Look at that information to challenge previous assumptions, to form your own opinion. The residents have done amazing work summarizing so much information, and it's critical for your personal evaluation prior to that vote. Please know that if the issue does come to a vote, I still expect the city council to vote no to the alcohol license, and I'm confident when you evaluate the facts everyone has given you, if the time comes, that you will vote no to the request for an alcohol license. Again, I'm happy that the city and Jim are working to resolve the issue, and I'm hopeful for a positive and imminent ending. Thanks.
Thank you.
Bill Kendall.
Good evening, Council. My name is Bill Kendall. I live at 310 Sweetbriar Court in Providence Plantation subdivision with my family. I've come here today to reiterate our opposition to the proposed liquor license for the winery in our neighborhood. Not only do we think that it is out of place in a quiet family neighborhood with kids playing on the streets, we are quite certain that there's a high probability it will cause potential dangers for our families as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I invite Michael Heinisch to the podium.
Good evening. My name is Michael Heinisch, and I reside in Providence Plantation at 240 Weatherwood Circle. And I'm here today for what I believe is the third or fourth time, which actually is on the low end compared to some of my other neighbors here. And I'm here once again to voice my concerns related to the application by DeRose Vintners for an alcohol beverage license. For the record, I'm still opposed to an alcohol beverage license being issued to the applicant. Once again, urge you to cease consideration of the license and move to deny the application submitted by DeRose Vintners this evening, not at a future date. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. William Spurlock.
William Spurlock at 120 Providence Plantation Drive. My comments mirror what my neighbors have said. My wife and I are vehemently opposed to the issuance of the liquor license. We feel like we were not informed during the process. This has been going on for quite a few years. You guys, some of you were here, some of you weren't. We don't think it's right to have a commercial business in our neighborhood. We're a small, quiet, 35 home, 37 home neighborhood. The zoning changes were made to create a farm winery. I know that that was a focus that you guys had to create farm wineries and create that kind of vibe for Milton. I just don't think anybody drove down our street to know where this winery was going to be. As Jeff said, it's now morphed into an event facility with a poor license. Mr. Rosenberger's website clearly says tastings from wines around the world. He's not planning on you tasting the wine that grow on the 7 rows of grapes that he has in front of the facility. I read the Milton Herald. Obviously, we've been bullying Mr. Rosenberger. I don't know how he thinks we've been bullying him. And we're not a vocal minority. I think most of the residents of this city are opposed to these kind of commercial ventures inside residential areas. I don't have a problem with the farm at Pamelot, the winery that they have, and I wish all of the folks that are doing this in the city success. We need different venues around the city, but in the back of a tiny little neighborhood like ours, I just don't think it's appropriate. And I just want to make sure that y'all understand that we as residents of Providence Plantation, my wife and I can't speak for anybody else, but we vehemently oppose the issuance of this liquor license. Thank you.
Thank you.
Laura Case.
Hi, I'm Laura Case. I'm at 325 Sweetbriar Court. I'm on the corner of Providence Plantation Drive and Sweetbriar. I've come the first time to talk about speeding. It continues to happen. Running the stop sign continues to happen. It's going to continue happening with more people. I didn't write anything down. It's just totally from the heart. I walk the neighborhood. I witness the speeding. I don't need to be hit. My dog doesn't need to be hit. I don't need anybody hurt in the neighborhood if there's anybody drinking and driving. One thing that comes to mind to me is I keep iterating and we keep saying, would you want this in your own neighborhood? Obviously, you don't respond to us talking to you, but really think this through. In a neighborhood, you go down, it's beautiful, and then you have some winery in the back. Then someone drinks, I don't know, 2-3 drinks, gonna go through your neighborhood. Just think about your own family. Just think about your own life. I don't want it. We don't want it. And I have to say that whatever's going on, if there's any deals going on or anything, I want to just think about my hard-earned tax dollars I'm paying is not wanting to settle this. This should have been stopped early on. I'm sorry. I worked too hard. I got 4:30, was at work 6:30, came here from work. And what I'm going to say is, if this is what my hard-earned money is going for, I don't even know why I pay it, because I could be giving it to something else or someone else. It just really upsets me. Jeff said words that really helped me understand more that this should have been stopped at the very beginning. I'm sorry that it's gone this far. I will keep coming and speaking, but I hope you all know to stop it, deny it. Don't even go to a lawsuit. Don't even do anything, because you should have known this from the very beginning. I really have to say from the heart that I love Milton. It's wonderful. And there's nothing bad I say about Milton. It's just maybe some things need to change. So thank you for what y'all are doing, but yet please oppose it. I hope you all deny it and oppose it yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you.
Abby Moen.
My name is Abby Moen, and my address is 130 Providence Plantation Drive. Today's my birthday, my 21st birthday, and young adults my age are often reminded by older adults to use discretion when making certain decisions, specifically decisions regarding alcohol. Tonight, instead of me going out drinking, I've employed wisdom in my discretionary decision to speak to you all instead. In Chapter 4, Article 2, Section 4-42, Parts A and C of the Milton Code of Ordinances, you are charged with the same discretion regarding alcohol. Quote, the city manager and city council, in their discretion, shall consider the evidence, including any extenuating, aggravating, or mitigating facts or circumstances that may affect or reflect upon the applicant, the application, and/or the proposed location of the business in light of this chapter. In addition to all other authority to grant or deny a license, any application for a license may be denied by the city to safeguard the health, safety, and welfare of the community. I made a wise choice tonight. Please join me in making wise decisions on April 8th and deny the liquor license at 13555 Black Marl Lane. Thank you.
Thank you. Happy birthday.
Sarah Moen.
My name is Sarah Moen, and my address is 130 Providence Plantation Drive. I am opposed to any liquor license at 13555 Black Marl Lane. I had an epiphany last weekend. We, the city council members in our neighborhood, are in the same unfortunate position. We have both been left holding the bag for others' bad choices, be they deliberate or not, and forced into cleaning up after the mess makers. I apologize for coming off as harsh over the past few weeks and want to thank you for pushing through and working towards a solution that protects our neighborhood and our property rights. After continuing to go through the documents we pulled in our February ORR dump, I discovered an email from Mr. Rosenberger's attorney to Mr. Gerard. It's clearly a response to an inquiry from Mr. Gerard regarding money spent by Mr. Rosenberger from May to December 2021. While the P&L was not included in the documents, Mr. Rosenberger's attorneys write, "My client also asked that I share with you his expenses for 2022 and 2023, which total approximately $186,000 and $285,000 respectively, during which time he was actively engaged with the city in furtherance of this project and uninformed of the new requirement to have a special use permit." Uninformed. Let me put that into comparative perspective. As most of you have seen, my home is situated on a heavily wooded lot. Occasionally, I have had to have trees removed. I have never felt that it was anyone's responsibility but mine to know what the current Milton tree ordinances were. Since they have changed frequently over the years, I've kept up to date on them because they affect me. The past 2 times I've had trees removed, I knew what the current codes were before the arborist at my tree company knew. I informed him. Mr. Rosenberger was informed by Robin McDonald via email on June 18th, 2021, of the moratorium for permits relating to farm wineries. Why wouldn't, or why didn't, Mr. Rosenberger dig in and inform himself of what that would mean for his project? Or maybe he did, but decided to adopt a get forgiveness rather than permission attitude and press on with his project at his own assumption of a future liquor license. Either way, Mr. Rosenberger was armed with the knowledge of the moratorium by the city and had every opportunity to research what that would mean for his project. The city is not responsible for holding hands of residents, Mr. Rosenberger with his alcohol license or me with the tree ordinances, when the information is so easily accessible. As was advertised and posted on the March 4th, 2024 agenda, the city is in active negotiations with Mr. Rosenberger to determine his vesting, what he spent during the time he could have been vested, etc., to, I'm guessing, come up with an appropriate settlement with Mr. Rosenberger in exchange for him to withdraw his liquor license application. Why? I have already pointed out that the city informed Mr. Rosenberger of the moratorium and that it would affect his license. Again, if he pushed forward and spent money under the assumption he would eventually be granted a liquor license, that, as any small business owner or entrepreneur will tell you, is an assumption of risk that will fall on the risk taker. If Mr. Rosenberger was uninformed of the new requirements under Chapter 64 and Chapter 4, that's his problem, not the city's, and certainly not the taxpayers. A liquor license is a privilege that carries with it a lot of responsibility. Do we really want citizens who choose to be uninformed operating businesses that include liquor licenses? I don't. Neither do my neighbors. Neither do any of the common sense thinking taxpayers I've spoken with. And I don't believe any of you do either. I realize you feel stuck between a rock and a hard place, but you're not. Approval of this liquor license would be a violation of your own policy and procedures that would land you in hot water. You are within your discretion to deny this liquor license purely to safeguard the welfare of our community. Additionally, according to the temporary liquor license application Mr. Rosenberger signed, the city shall not be liable to the applicant if for any reason a license is not issued either prior to the expiration date of the temporary license or not issued at all. Stop the negotiations, insist on some personal accountability from the applicant, pull the liquor license application or deny it, and follow the codes. Thank you.
Thank you. Will you please call the next speaker?
Kathleen Chambers.
Good evening. My name is Kathleen Chambers, and I reside at 275 Weatherwood Circle. I am unequivocally against the liquor license for the previously stated property. For all that I and the neighborhood have learned, I am disappointed in how my community leaders have led. You are all underhandedly averting the law in my position. We have been misled from the very beginning of Mr. Rosenberg's application. We were blindsided by his vineyard as we were told it was for a barn and a house on his property. Nothing about a liquor license or an event venue. You all have stated that your right hand did not know what your left hand was doing. Is this still the case? Seems to me it is. Each and every one of you would fight tooth and nail to block such a proposal in your neighborhood. Is this a case of NIMBY, not in my backyard? I'm an educated person from Radford and Emory universities. I cannot wrap my brain around how you all, I'm assuming educated, could agree to a venue in the back of a residential neighborhood. Sorry. There is one way in and one way out. This would increase traffic on our residential street, a street where kids ride bikes, scooters, and skateboards, where adults walk alone and with their animals. This would curtail our neighborhood community as people would opt out with concerns over impaired drivers and increased traffic. Lastly, if you're going to approve this disastrous deal, how are you going to monitor what happens at the vineyard? Is there going to be a hired monitor counting how many cars and how many people enter and exit on a daily basis? How is this going to affect my property value and the value of my neighbors' homes? Have you considered any of this? As a Milton taxpayer, I expected better from my leaders. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mary Cronk.
Good evening. I'm Mary Cronk, and I live at 600 Hickory Mill Lane. The City Council work session that was held last Monday was very impactful and informative, particularly the section on impact fees. In addition, the opportunity for council to ask questions without any time constraints helped make the topic much easier to understand and should lead to an informed decision by council on the amount of impact fees to be charged to new builds, which are used to help support our parks and specific infrastructure needs. 4 topics were shared with council that night, and the work session lasted an hour and 27 minutes with 1 public comment and no executive session. The productiveness of that work session creates a nice pathway into my comments tonight on final recommendation number 4. This recommendation would schedule city council work sessions to be directly before regular city council meetings, instead of on a separate night as they are currently. As we know, at the January 17th special called city council meeting, the city attorney presented this as one of the 8 recommendations that he thought would make city council meetings more efficient. Work sessions are times for staff to share more in-depth information with the mayor and council, more information than might be shared in a regular council meeting. And those work sessions also allow the mayor and council to dig deeper into specific topics to ensure that you guys are making informed decisions on behalf of the residents and business owners you represent. That was certainly the case in last week's work session. The recommendation to move work sessions before regular council meetings would have a negative impact on the effectiveness of work sessions. And here are just a few reasons why. There were only 7 work sessions last year, although 12 were originally scheduled. The average 2023 work session was 1 hour and 31 minutes, about the same as last week's. And the longest one was 2 hours and 35 minutes. How would council decide what the appropriate amount of time is to schedule for work sessions if this final recommendation were followed? Starting them at 4 or 4:30 might be a hardship to council members who have work and home responsibilities and prevent many of the public from attending. But starting them at 5 o'clock would create a 1-hour time limit on work sessions that would likely keep council from asking important questions like the ones you asked last week. While 3 of the work sessions last year, 2023, had public comment, 1 of those sessions had 21 public comments that are about PTVs and the municipal election. And those 21 comments indicated that these topics were of great interest to the residents and business owners of Milton. That particular meeting lasted 2 hours and 28 minutes, with 43 of those minutes being public comment and the remainder of the meeting taking up 1 hour and 45 minutes. Having time constraints around work sessions would restrict public comment and would ultimately lead council to make decisions that may not reflect the opinion of your constituents. In addition, none of Milton's boards and commissions, like the Board of Zoning Appeals, the Design Review Board, and the Planning Commission, have time constraints. They have set agendas with plenty of time to discuss the issues before them. Why would city work sessions be any different? After the final recommendations were made, I sent an email to council and the mayor, and thank you to those of you who responded back to me. One response I received was, please note that these are merely his recommendations and do not mean the council endorses these recommendations. In a follow-up to the final recommendations made on January 17th, the city attorney stated in the February 8th edition of the Milton Herald that city council plans to discuss the proposed changes further at the February 12th work session. Well, the February 12th work session came and went, and the March 11th work session has also come and gone. Mr. Mayor and council members, I respectfully ask, when will you publicly address these final recommendations? Many of them restrict public comment, like number 6, which recommends discontinuing the reading of emails into the public record for those who cannot physically attend a council meeting. Without hearing directly from you, we have no way of knowing which, if any, of these recommendations you do endorse. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Steve Lanham.
I am Steve Lanham, 220 Weatherwood Circle, Milton, Georgia, Providence Plantation subdivision for 27 years. I stand in complete opposition to the liquor license application for 13555, Black Merrill Lane. Of note, during the 3/2/21 Design Review Board meeting that I also watched and took notes on in its entirety, Mr. Charlie Roberts obviously made a lot of great points. Chief among them is, you're messing with our rights. You are imposing one person's will on 37, 38, 40 other people who own homes and have lived in those homes for many years. You are imposing one person's will on the neighborhood at large. The other thought I'd like to present is that the Trojan horse is already inside your gates. This whole farce of a winery has already been ushered in. This is not a winery. This is an event space. The Trojan horse is inside your gates. There's plenty of evidence to support that too many errors were made in the run-up to this point. To that point, this whole thing should be void ab initio. It was wrong from the start. It is wrong now, and it needs to be fixed. The last thing I would like to say is this. I have no issue dropping the gloves, to use a hockey analogy, and going at it with somebody. I have no hesitation to do that whatsoever. But you'll notice in most of those occasions, when the two fellows or two women get together and they go at it and there's a clear winner and a clear loser, they shake hands and they walk away. That's honor and that's respect. I personally am highly offended that one person's arrogance is being imposed on me at the detriment to all of us who live in Providence Plantation. The Trojan horse is already inside your gates. You need to turn it around and run it back into the sea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jessica Buxton.
Good evening, everybody. It's Jessica Buxton, 75 Providence Plantation Drive. I think you guys have my packet. Do you guys have my packet? I just wanted to kind of go over a little bit of information. Everybody's spoken very well tonight. Jeff and Sarah brought even new stuff that I hadn't even read and seen yet. So every time we come to you guys, we're hopefully giving you guys more legs to stand on with laws and things and evidence that we've seen. If you look at page 1 and 2, the city spent 7 painful months figuring out farm winery laws with the help of Ken and the council members. You guys actually did a fantastic job getting these laws put in place. And the way you put them and wrote them, honestly, the state needs to follow suit with this. But you guys have a highlighted section in there that you can stand on. He only has 10.8 acres. Your minimum is 20 acres. It cannot be in a neighborhood. You guys have a map on page 2 that shows you where you can and cannot have a farm winery. You must comply with Code 4 of the alcohol license. He clearly does not. And the tasting room can't be over 2,500 square feet. He's at 4,100 square feet. Page 2 is the map. Page 3 is a response from Rob McDonald to Jim's attorney whenever they sent an informational email to her and said that he wants to have a wedding venue up to 100 people, corporate events, and all of this. She responds back to them and says, basically, you can't do this. He's in a neighborhood. But hey, let me give you another option. He can go Ag 1. She should have never, ever offered that to them. Page 4 is another email from Robin on March 3rd, basically telling Jim after he has his design review board, I'm so sorry, this was a little bit kind of crazy, and that I will couch things more for the planning committee. And if you're open to conditions with zoning, which is interesting that she says that because Kirk, the guy in the March 24th, forget his last name, but Kirk he's the one that spoke up and instantly is the one pressing conditions. Also, the background, they're current a lot of negative issues because of Painted Horse Winery. 5, this also is from Greg Botello to Steve Krokoff in April of 2021. Basically saying the purpose of the rezoning is to allow the property to be used in the winery. This is an excerpt of what was supposed to be in the agenda for that. But let me show you what really was sent to us. Had this wording been sent to us, this is the correct wording that should have been sent to us. But instead, from Robin, to rezone from CUP 1 to AG 1 to construct a single-family home residence and allow existing structure with barn for animals. Next page. This is the letter straight from Jim. We are seeking a rezoning of property of CUP to AG1 to construct a single-family residence to allow for existing structure, barn for animals. Now, this is from the applicant. He lives at this property. He knows this property is no longer a barn for animals. He filled in the paddocks. He did a renovation already at this point. Look at the next page. This is an excerpt from the City of Milton's Facebook page in June of 2021. And Jim quotes that he does the renovations on this barn in 2020, months before he even puts this application in and lies to us and tells us it's a barn for animals. Remember, guys, he's behind the gates. You've all been there. I have no idea what that man does behind the gates. I'm not allowed behind the gates. I don't go back behind the gates. Next page. That is a picture of what the barn used to look like. All those renovations on the page before that are so pretty, guess what? They're not permitted. I've been waiting 8 years to renovate my kitchen. And guess what? I'm going to have permits from you guys. Hopefully I won't be held against me for all the stuff we're fighting against. But you can see he clearly renovated every inch of this property with no permits. Next page. Next page is from the May 10th hearing. This is what really irritates me too. Jim tells you guys that he sent emails to all of his neighbors over a month ago, and he's responding to the 10 letters that he was supposed to give to you guys. He says that—
Time's expired.
Okay.
Sorry.
You guys can all read it for bedtime tonight and read the rest of the pages, but basically he lies and tells you that we're in support, and you guys clearly can see that is not true.
Thank you.
All right, enjoy.
Craig Franklin.
Hello, everyone. Mayor Jameson, council members, Councilor Gerard. My name's Craig Franklin. I live at 335 Sweet Briar Court here in Milton. I'm opposed to the liquor license that you all have been hearing about for months now. We've had to deal with it. You've had to deal with it. You know, and we appreciate all that you guys are doing. Look, this is not a pleasant situation. And, you know, as some of my neighbors said too, you know, it's, you're in a tough spot. But a few things just to keep in mind, right? I mean, I know Jessica pointed out a few things here too. We've done, you know, we've gone through the thousands of emails. We've gotten some open records requests. We still are waiting on some, Mr. Krokoff, that we haven't gotten timely. But we've done a lot of work here. We've hired counsel. We've spent a lot of money. And you can see you have a lot of people here and in the past hearings who vehemently oppose it. I'll give you the numbers, right? There are 3 groups here. There's the group of Providence Plantation, over 90% oppose it. You have 100% of the other group, a group that I'm part of, with Jessica and another, and Bill, actually. And then about 40% oppose it in Mr. Rosenberger's own neighborhood. So the stats here are clear where you have public support to deny this, right? You also have discretion. Abby spoke perfectly about the discretion that actually sits with you guys. I mean, I know Councilor Gerard and I have talked about this before, and with some of you as well, where you say, oh, it's part of this and it has to go with that. No, that the whole point of discretion is, I mean, that's why it's in the law. It's there, you have it. And you have overwhelming public support to deny it. Now, there's few grounds in addition to everything that we've all talked about, right? There's no support letters. That's clearly in the law. The law has changed. Does he have vesting? The records show that, he did a lot of the work that he's claiming he did well before he even got to the table to get the Ag 1 zoning. None of the signs to us, were very clear. They were very deceptive, at least to me. I was one of the original recipients of that letter, and I remember saying to my wife, "Oh, he's putting in a barn for farm animals," and I was like, "Oh, thank God it's nothing else, right?" But clearly, that was, I don't know what the intent was. I mean, if this goes to litigation, I'm sure that'll come out in a deposition. But I think it's pretty clear, at least to me, what the intent there was. Look, I think one of the things that's going to come out of this is going to be, hey, this guy pulled a fast one on the city. At least that's certainly my view and the view of potentially some others here. And he got away with it, right? If you approve it. So it's going to be, it's going to be that. There's going to be a lot of, headline risk here for you guys. I'm sure you understand all that. But I want you guys to all know, like, look, we're behind you. We know you're working hard. Think this through properly. I mean, you have good support. The record supports a lot of kind of the motive here, which was misleading, deceptive, I think. And I think that's something you've got to if you just take out common sense, you have the facts behind you. And like I said before too, you have the law, you argue the law. You have the facts, you argue the facts. You have both, you win. So just keep that in mind. Again, there's neighbors here, there's children, and there's this whole thing around where he's like, oh, I just wanted to do for commercial, like I'm not going to have tastings and stuff, but that just brings traffic, it brings pollution, it's noise, it's still unsafe. So, if you go back to the original intent of what this guy actually tried to do, I don't think any restrictions are going to be adhered to or and it's going to fall on us to enforce. So with that, look, again, thank you all for your time. Appreciate all the hard work you all are doing. Take more time if you need to. Get it right. Don't what I say to my kids, don't do half work. Get it done. Do it right. But at the end of the day, we appreciate the work you're doing and do it right. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes general public comment.
Okay, thank you all for coming out tonight. That will make us, we'll move on to the consent agenda. Will the city clerk please sound the items?
Mayor, that first item is approval of the March 4th, 2024 regular city council meeting minutes, agenda item number 24095. B is approval of the March 11th, 2024 work session meeting minutes. It's agenda item number 24096. Next is approval of a recreation provider agreement between the City of Milton and the Metropolitan Ballet Theater to provide recreational adult dance programming. Agenda item number 24097. D is approval of a memorandum of understanding between the City of Milton and the NOC Adventure LLC to provide transportation and outdoor recreation opportunities to Milton residents in the summer of 2024. Agenda item number 24098. E is approval of a construction services agreement between the City of Milton and North Georgia Concrete, Inc. for bridge maintenance repairs at multiple locations. Agenda item number 24099. F is approval of an agreement for vehicle maintenance and repairs between the City of Milton and Speed Auto Repair, LLC. Agenda item number 24, 100. G is approval of application agreement documents between the City of Milton and the U.S. Department of Energy for the Energy Efficiency and Conservation Block Grant Program. Agenda item number 24, 101. H is approval of a letter of commitment to the Georgia Department of Transportation for city funding of median enhancements on project PI 0016443, State Route 372 at Birmingham Road Roundabout. Agenda item number 24, 102. Mayor?
Thank you. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda as read?
Mayor, I make a motion we approve the consent agenda as read.
Second.
Okay, have a motion from Councilmember Cookerly and a second from Councilmember Haney to approve the consent agenda as read. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That is unanimous. There are no reports and presentation items. Moving on to first presentation, will the city clerk please sound the items?
Mayor, that first item is consideration of an ordinance of the mayor and council of the City of Milton, Georgia to adopt amendments to the fiscal 2024 budget for each fund of the City of Milton, Georgia, amending the amounts shown in each budget as expenditures, amending the several amount items of revenue appropriations, prohibiting expenditures to exceed appropriations, and prohibiting expenditures to exceed actual funding available. Agenda item number 24, 103. B is consideration of RZ 2307, a text amendment to adopt a new unified development code that will update and replace the current zoning ordinance, Chapter 64 of the Code for the City of Milton, to readopt the existing zoning map as part of the new unified development code, to amend the text of other specific development code, design, and other sections of the Code of the City of Milton, Georgia, to consolidate said other specific sections as well as the zoning ordinance so as to create a consolidated ordinance to be known as Unified Development Code for the City of Milton, Georgia. Agenda item number 24, 104. Our last first presentation item is consideration of an ordinance creating the Milton Active Parks Ad Hoc Committee. Agenda item number 24, 105. Mayor Jamison?
Thank you. Do I have a motion on the first presentation items?
Make a motion that we approve first presentation as read.
Second. Okay, I have a motion from Councilmember Verhoff and a second from Councilmember Jacobus to approve the first presentation items as read. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That is unanimous. We'll move on to the public hearing. Will the city clerk please sound the item?
A consideration of an ordinance of the mayor and the council of the City of Milton, Georgia, to adopt amendments to the fiscal 2024 budget for each fund of the City of Milton, Georgia, amending the amounts shown in each budget as expenditures, amending the several items of revenue appropriations, prohibiting expenditures to exceed appropriations, and prohibiting expenditures to exceed actual funding available. Agenda item number 24, 103. Our Deputy City Manager, Ms. Bernadette Harville.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight, we are here to discuss the proposed amendments to the fiscal year 2024 budget. The budget for this fiscal year was approved on September 18th, 2023, after a series of public meetings throughout the spring and summer, as well as a budget workshop in August and 2 public hearings in September. The amendment packet before you represents adjustments that will update line items to carry out projections through the end of the fiscal year on September 30th, 2024. Tonight is our public hearing and first presentation, and the item will be on the April 8th agenda for a vote under unfinished business. Before you is the general fund budget summary. We will go over these updates in detail in a moment. On this page, you can see the summary for the general fund, which with current revenues for fiscal year 2024 on the left at $42.8 million, and the proposed amendments at $2.4 million, and the current expenditures at $42.7 million with the proposed amendment at $5.3 million, which includes allocation of the amended revenues, as well as fund balance in excess of required reserves. Milton's Code of Ordinances requires the city to maintain a minimum unassigned fund balance in the general fund equal to 25% of the subsequent year's revenues. The end-of-year fund balance for fiscal year 2023 was higher than anticipated as a result of Milton's conservative budgeting approach, inclusive of conservative revenue estimates. The main drivers of revenue coming in higher than anticipated last year include interest rates increasing and remaining higher than expected,
yielding more investment income than anticipated, as well as local option sales tax and insurance premiums coming in higher than expected. On the expenditure side, the city budgets with an expectation of being fully staffed. With the market as is, we have experienced some vacancies from time to time, driving the overage seen in the expenditure forecast versus actuals incurred through September 30th, 2023. Utilization of this fund balance is considered a use of one-time revenues and has therefore been requested as part of the expenditure amendment to be allocated towards non-recurring capital projects. If the proposed amendments are approved, the projected fund balance of $12 million, seen on the bottom right-hand side of the summary, would be in compliance with the city's fund balance requirements for fiscal year 2024 going into 2025. We will go through this process again at year end, and any revenues which exceed the final forecast and any expenditures that come in lower than anticipated will be taken into consideration for one-time projects again this time next year for fiscal year 2025. So that's kind of the pattern we've been following. Does anyone have any questions about the summaries before I move on to some of the details? At this time, we'll go over the more significant changes to anticipated revenues for fiscal year 2024. Current year real property taxes, intangible taxes, and building permits have been coming in lower than anticipated and have been adjusted based on current forecasts. These reductions are being offset by increased anticipations in other areas, including a significant increase to revenues associated with investment income in the amount of $1 million. This change comes from the original forecast and is associated with the timing of certain projects, leading to an opportunity to earn additional interest on idle funds, as well as the current interest rates remaining higher than originally forecasted. There's an increase to business and occupation tax in the amount of $425, which has been requested to reflect collections to date, as well as those forecasted through the end of the fiscal year. Current year local option sales tax revenues are also continuing to trend up, and we have a request for the amount of $400,000. The original forecast was based on projection data provided by the loss negotiations, as well as an analysis of historic trends in this category, and collections are still exceeding those projections. Insurance premium taxes collected at the end of each fiscal year. So we kind of have a year in arrears when we're projecting our forecast, and collections in October yielded more revenues than anticipated. So staff is anticipating continued growth due to associated with insurance premiums still going up. So we're asking for $350,000 in that category. And finally, there's a request for $245,064 related to a transfer in from the ARPA fund. This is interest that has been earned to date on those idle funds for projects that have not yet been expensed. And final guidance from the Treasury says that interest earned on those funds are not restricted by the program restriction, so we can use them on other city projects. So we are transferring those into the general fund. That concludes the highlights of the revenues. Does anyone have any questions about revenues before we move on to the expenditures?
I have a quick question, Bernadette.
Yes, sir.
We've never really had this issue with the investment income, you know?
I thought we were going to pay someone to hold on.
So how is that? Are those funds just sitting in like where are those funds invested in?
We currently primarily invest in Georgia Fund 1, which is the pooled investment fund for the state that cities have the opportunity to invest in. And we have a portion of our reserves in a money market with Home First.
I just have a question. You might not know this off the top of your head, but are we able to put those funds in longer durations? Does Georgia Fund have like different durations as far as like maturity levels? I'm just curious. I don't know.
We have some options for some other investments. It is fairly restricted based on state guidelines, but we do have some other options. We currently use Georgia Fund. They've been beating most people in the market at the time, but we can certainly look into some other options. That would be Karen Ellis. I would be looking into that.
Just I like seeing that investment income. It's good. All right. Anybody else?
So we'll move on to some of the.
I do have one quick question. So when we revise these numbers, we're revising the actual budget, or are we just creating a forecast to the budget?
Oh, excellent question. I like that. So we are actually adjusting the budget. So the adopted budget comes in, and then through the formal process, only council can change those numbers. So through our forecast, we're asking you to adopt the amended budget, which will become our new adopted budget.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. So moving on to some of our expenditure details, we have here under the city clerk, a request for $20,000 to maintenance contracts. The city had moved to a subscription-based model with MuniCode last year, and the codification of the Unified Development Code is not part of that model. We had carried this money for some years, waiting for the UDC to be processed. And now that we're here, we're under a different model. So we're asking for those funds back to be able to afford those costs. In the elections budget, I'd like to point out that the city originally forecasted for the election over a 2-year period of time. This is not a request for additional funds. It is just reallocating the funds that did not get expensed in 2023. Those funds went into fund balance, and we're reallocating them because they were actually 2024 expenses. So year to year, no additional request for funding, just allocating the proper year. In the general administration, you'll see a request for supplies. We have and machinery and equipment. First, under supplies, we do have a project online looking at managed print services that is still being evaluated. So therefore, we're still having to buy toner. So toner's coming in a little higher than anticipated. So we can probably reduce the managed print service line item towards the end of the year as long as that project comes in as anticipated. But for now, we still need to purchase toner. So asking for money to do that. And we also have an $11,000 request. Our inserter folder mailing machine has broken, and have done a cost benefit analysis, and it shows that it's much better to get out of our lease and just purchase the equipment ourselves. So that's $11,000 to purchase that equipment. In the finance department, there are 2 requests going on. The first one is for $5,400 for a new Smart Safe program. Finance, along with the police department and court, have been looking into ways to more efficiently keep our cash deposits. So currently we were using staff through the police department to transport those. They would have to transport and go with the court clerk. So now we have a Smart Safe right on site downtown, and the monies from the jail can be put right there, and we have them on site here. It's just a safer program, and it requires less staff time to be transporting funds. We also are looking at a priority-based budgeting software. So as you know, all of our requests for the budget do have to follow our strategic plan and come in through alignment with our strategic priorities and goals. This tool will allow us to not only look at a line item per department budget that you're used to seeing, but a priority-based budget, therefore kind of making all of our requests throughout the budget aligned with each of the council's and the community's priorities. So that is a $50,000 request, $25,000 for implementation, and then $25,000 for the next half of year of that software subscription. Moving on to legal. Legal costs have been higher than we originally forecasted, so this is an increase to account for if that continues to trend throughout the rest of the year. In information services, we have $20,000 to account for anticipated expenses associated with a conduit repair over at the public safety complex. We have $2,000 in Parks and Recreation. State of the City, we had a lovely donation, and this is just allocating those donated funds to the actual account where the expenses were booked. And then we get into our operating transfer out. So almost 99% of this requested budget forecast is changing, is asking for one-time funds to go out to our capital projects fund. So we have a couple of projects coming in. The first one is our fire station. $2 million is being requested for Fire Station 45. The original forecast was based on costs over at Fire Station 42, and we knew that those costs had actually come in higher due to inflation over kind of the time period in which construction was done. The new building is actually significantly larger at 11,000 square feet, I believe, as opposed to the 6,000 square foot building. So per square foot, our costs are coming in under Fire Station 42, but the overall actual cost of the building is going to be more. So that $2 million will go towards that building. Our project lead, Rob Del Ross, and our fire chief, Ben Musa, along with the teams from the architectural design and the construction, will be before you in April to go over the details of what that project looks like. These funds would be requested for a do not exceed budget for our project based on preliminary costs. $3 million is being requested for active park land acquisition while the staff goes through the ad hoc committee, reviewing all of the opportunities that they have. Going to set aside some funding in case some decisions need to be made without time constraints for other moving other funds. And finally, pavement expenses are coming in higher than anticipated. Asphalt's still kind of up there. So the costs are coming in higher than the original forecast. We're asking for $319,991 from the general fund to go over to that project. And you'll see there's a little bit of fund balance in addition to that when we get to the capital projects fund to make about a $350,000 request in total. The last line you see here is the contingency. So by state law, we have a 1% contingency budgeted into the general fund for items that come up like this. So the majority of the departmental requests we just went over come out of that contingency line. And this year, that's with the exception of the money we talked about for elections, because we already had that budgeted. It was just in fund balance, and the $2,000 that was a revenue that came in that we're just allocating. The other requests for legal, the sorter, the priority-based budgeting, all those things are becoming out of contingency instead of hitting our fund balance. So I have one more item to talk about, which is in the general fund, but is not going to cost any funds to be allocated this year, but we wanted to come forth before you because it is a headcount change. We had 2 staffing requests. The first one here, you'll see within the police department, and then another one here within public works, which would bring 2 additional full-time positions to the city. Again, in our description, we went over the fact that police has asked for last year for this position, and staff kind of went back and said, through council's recommendation, can we assess, is there any other opportunities? So they have been looking at third-party resources as well as using a contract. And we've discovered that not only is the time commitment needed required for a full-time position, but it's also going to be less expensive than using these third-party resources. So they have justification within the packet you have for you. So you have a couple of weeks before we kind of vote on this to look at that. They have put together their cost benefit and all of the decisions they made to come to that conclusion. And with Public Works, also in the 2024 budget was set aside funding for a contract part-time facilities technician. Sarah's team has done an analysis and has discovered that between trying to find someone qualified for that position through that approach, as well as what we can get out of a in-house person, it is also more cost efficient to just bring that person in full time. So we have all the details you need in the packet to be able to look at those, including we kind of prepared when you get the new budget, what those M&O initiatives look like if it were to be requested. But again, we have internal funds to be able to cover those within the departments, and no additional funding is needed in this year for that. Any questions? So that concludes the general fund. Is there any questions about that before we move on to special revenues?
Bernadette, I have a question. The 12 million, the total amended budget, that would be the ending fund balance. You had mentioned that is within the parameters of our 25%. What is the actual number that it has to be at to be within that 25% range?
Okay, so you can see here that we're at 40, our new updated projected revenues for this year are $45.3 million. So we went ahead and also looked at how does what we're altering today impact 2025, 2026, 2027, and we updated internally our forecast for 2025 and made sure that $12 million would be 25% of that number. I don't have it right here with me,
Gotcha.
so I don't want to quote a wrong
Gotcha.
thing, but we have looked at, every time we amend, we look at 5 years and see what that's kind of, is it one time, is it a one-time thing that we're expecting, or is this something that we're seeing the trend continuing to happen, and we have adjusted for that? We know interest won't go on forever like this, but we have some thoughts with idle funds we have that'll go on for a certain period of time, things like that. We look at all that.
Okay. And then the other question I had on the $3 million for active park space,
Yes, sir.
if we were, that does not account for if we were to sell
Correct.
any land, that money would come back into the budget, correct?
That's correct. So just in case that doesn't happen in the timeline in which you need to proceed with another purchase, we
Right.
kind of are setting aside some funds to
Right.
make sure you have all options available.
Okay. And then the only other thing I would ask for, Legacy Park is still a mess, that parking lot. And as we're thinking about budgeting revisions, I would just ask that we do the diligence of what would it do to get that park up to pace?
I do know that the Legacy Park parking lot is an active capital project that Tom's team is working on getting final forecast for.
Yeah.
So should it come in above what we have put aside, we will come before you with an amendment for that project.
Okay. Thank you.
Excellent, no problem. So moving on to our special revenue funds. So special revenue funds are revenues that have to be set aside into a different fund for tracking based on state laws and requirements. So we have our special events fund, which houses the revenues and expenditures for all the events that both Anita and Emily put on for the city. And so here we have revenues that came in higher than anticipated for both the Crabapple Fest vendor fees and sponsor fees. So they're just recognizing those additional revenues that came in. They will go into the fund balance to be able to afford hosting Crabapple Fest for a few years to come. We have the confiscated assets fund. The police department has been part of different teams over the years, and different funds come in and they are restricted for certain uses. We do not project the anticipated use of these. So once the police department identifies a proper use, we then allocate a budget for that. So this is allocating a budget across education and training and other equipment for projects and equipment that they have found that is qualified for these funds. In the E911 fund, so if you have a phone, you know that you see that little E911 charge everywhere. It's kind of geocoded and it goes to the cities in which you reside in. We have an IGO at the city of Alpharetta. 100% of our collections goes to them. They staff, house, and run the dispatch center using these funds. So right now, we're just seeing them coming in lower than we originally anticipated. So we're reducing that revenue and also that expense out. If it were to come in differently, just the same thing, 100% will go over to the city of Alfred and we'll adjust again if needed. And that's the end of our special revenues. Now moving on to our capital projects. So our capital projects funds are for those bigger projects, typically $50,000 or more, and there's several different funds. This is our main capital projects fund. We just spoke about the transfer in from the general fund of that $5.3 million. Sarah's team is also working with a development that is going to be giving $190,495 towards the paving in their area. So all of that money will go down here to the pavement management. We talked about the $319,000 plus the amount we had in fund balance that gets us to $350, plus that $194.95, all going to pavement management. The $2 million going to the fire station and the $3 million to the active park. So that's just on the capital project side where that transfer goes to. In the green space bond fund, again, adjusting for anticipated investment income as we've had the final about $5 million, which is now through investment income up to about 5.6, you can see. Just allocating when we earn interest, going back to that fund to be used to buy land. We also had the small project at Bethany, I'm trying to remember where that was now. Bethany and Providence, the right-of-way that was needed. So the city bought back that piece and that money goes back into the green space bond fund to be able to buy additional green space. In the T-SPLOST fund, we have a conglomeration here. We have some grant funds going in there, operating funds, and we have T-SPLOST funds. We moved the Big Creek Greenway project out of our capital grant fund completely into our T-SPLOST fund. So you're just seeing a reallocation of the anticipated grant funding to be collected directly in this fund as opposed to another place and transferring it in, and then allocating it towards that Big Creek Greenway project. And then also recognizing, again, interest revenues for this fund. And those will be allocated at the end of the year. So Sarah's team's looking at getting final forecasts for all the T-SPLOST 2 projects. So investment income will sit in fund balance for right now and will be allocated across projects through another budget amendment in the future. Our impact fees, last year in 2023, some of the revenues came in a little higher than anticipated. This is allocating them back to those approved projects. You guys went over the impact fee projects list the other week. So this is about $53,000 going to the Morris Road widening, about $75,000 to potential land acquisition, and then nice $5 for professional fees. It's just allocating all the funds appropriately. And that is the end of our budget amendment. Any questions?
Bernadette, question on the impact fees. Are the revenues just coming in higher than anticipated?
So last year, our original forecast, they were coming in less than. We adjusted down a little further than they actually came in. So our adjustment down was a conservative estimate and they came in a little higher. So that kind of happens each year with the impact fees in any capital projects fund. We have to then take those funds and apply them to the proper expense accounts. So doing that through a budget amendment.
Got it.
We may see that again at the beginning of each year. You kind of see
Right.
that. And if they didn't come in, we would be reducing these projects based on them being under.
Right. Good. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Do we have any public comment?
We do not, sir.
Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Any council discussion? I'll open it for a motion.
Oh, that was just a public hearing, sir. We will
Okay.
vote on the 8th.
Okay, so we will vote on this new business under the 8th.
Yes, thank
Okay.
you. Sorry.
There's no zoning agenda items, so we'll move on to unfinished business. Will city clerk please sound the items?
Consideration of an ordinance amendment to Chapter 56, Article 3, speed limits. This was deferred at the March 4th, 2024 regular city council meeting. It is agenda item number 24071. Our Public Works Director, Miss Sarah Leaders.
Thank you. Good evening. This is just a kind of an administrative change. In the past, our speed limits that are on our radar permit have been part of the ordinance, Chapter 56. And as we're implementing our local road safety plan, as well as these new residential speed zones, we anticipate more changes to that list of radar-approved speed limits. over the next couple years. So what we're doing with this ordinance change is moving that list of speed limits to be adopted by resolution instead of by ordinance. So that is the summary of the ordinance change. Be glad to answer any questions.
Any questions for Sarah? Any public comment?
There are none.
Okay, we'll close public comment and I'll open it for a motion.
Mr. Mayor, make a motion, we approve agenda item number 24-071.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilor Jacobus and a second from Councilor Cranmer to approve agenda item number 24-071. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to new business. Will City Clerk please say on the item?
Mayor, that item is presentation to the City Council regarding City of Milton branding initiatives with a corresponding resolution to approve general design guidelines and trajectories for a City of Milton branding toolbox. Agenda item number 24106, our Economic Engagement Manager, Miss Anita Jupin.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Today marks a pivotal moment in the ongoing narrative of our community. It's a time to reflect on the strides we've made while we continue to look forward with anticipation to the bright future that lies ahead for Milton. It is with great pleasure and profound respect that I bring forward our branding partners tasked with aiding the city in this project to present the culmination of an extensive, heartfelt process. A brand is so much more than a logo or a slogan. It is a testament to the spirit of the community, a symbol of shared identity, and a guidepost for our collective journey into the future. Early in 2023, guided by the 2040 Comprehensive Plan, we engaged with Arnett, Muldrow and Associates to work alongside staff and the community to guide an enhancement to Milton's already strong and unique brand identity in order to create cohesion citywide and to strengthen our economic position in the region. These elements lay the foundation for future projects related to wayfinding, signage, and other marketing collateral that continue to emphasize the unique identity and character of the City of Milton. Tonight, we are both honored and excited to present to you the brand design and vision that has been meticulously crafted by the community. This project embarked on a mission to capture the essence of Milton, to distill its unique spirit into a brand that resonates with all different character areas, local businesses, and residents. At its core, this truly was a community-driven process designed to ensure that the voice of Milton was not just heard, but was a guiding force in this creative journey. The establishment of a steering committee comprising local leaders, business owners, and community representatives has been instrumental in guiding this project towards a vision that's truly reflective of Milton's unique fabric. Their insights and dedication have been invaluable in aligning our objectives with the aspirations of the community, and we are very appreciative of each member that was so generous with their time and feedback all along the way. Public engagement has been the cornerstone of our process and is crucial to the success of a community brand. Central to our approach has been an unwavering commitment to public engagement. Through a series of surveys, workshops, and public forums, we opened the floor to residents of Milton, inviting them in to share their stories, their hopes, and their ideas for the future of their city. This engagement has been vital, not only ensuring broad participation, but in grounding our work in the real experiences and aspirations of those who call Milton home. Before I turn it over, I would like to express my profound gratitude to Aaron and Sean and all who have lent their voice, their vision, and their spirit to this project. It is belief in the power of place, the love of Milton, and commitment to its future that truly helped shape this brand. Thank you for the opportunity to guide this transformative project. With that, I will turn it over to Aaron.
Thanks, Anita. And thank you, Mayor and Council, for hearing us tonight. As Anita said, this is like the product of a long time and a lot of work with the community and with our committee and with many of you on the council as well. Aaron Arnett with Arnett, Muldrow and Associates. I'm here with my coworker, Sean Turpak, and we're going to There's a lot to show, but we're going to go through this very efficiently and just share the whole system with you all. The first thing is, as Anita mentioned, there was a high level of community input throughout this process. That is the most critical part of a community branding initiative. I mean, Sean and I work on designing these things for communities, but we don't know what's special about a place until we have these conversations with the people that make up the community. Before we ever do anything creatively, we have that community engagement really to inform us as we help you all build this brand system. So, you know, we had a number of key meetings here, obviously kickoff. We had that online survey that Anita talked about. We had 434 people that participated in that. It was, you know, very good input. People were very conscientious in their thoughts about what they love about this community. And we had a brand workshop. We were here for a week, really to roll up our sleeves and, again, continue to engage the community before we ever do anything creatively. We had a number of themed roundtables. I know some folks here in this room were part of those roundtables, and then we had 2 public meetings here in this room, and then one over in Deerfield. And we had about 80 people that participated in those meetings. We had an advisory committee, obviously, that you all are aware of. We had check-ins with various council members at the time. That ultimately led us to draft brand concepts. We worked with our steering committee to really refine those over and over again. And what we are going to share with you today are the final system. But again, as Anita stressed, and for me to sort of say again, this was a high level of community engagement that went with this. So what did we learn? You know, there's nothing I'm going to say here that you don't know about your community, but these are things that we heard the most, that were most important, that led us to this brand. First, you all are a unique community amidst these suburban cities that you have here in the greater Atlanta area. I mean, as soon as you drive across the city limits into Milton, you know you're in a different place. You're still in a major urban center, but you know you're somewhere different and somewhere special. You're affluent. You're also warm and very welcoming as a community. And that's something I think that's important about who you are. It's absolutely something that Sean and I experienced, you know, as we were working with you all. You're rural, but you're not remote. Again, that goes back into the fact that you're so unique within this larger metro area, but you're still rural. How many rural communities are there in larger metros like this? But still, you're not remote. You're so close to anything that you could want, whether it's work, whether it's culture, what have you. It's all right here. You're kind of defined design-wise by this rustic elegance that you have here, but also this rural sophistication. And I think that idea of rustic elegance and rural sophistication, that was a common theme throughout this whole creative process. You know, so what does that mean in terms of the Milton brand itself? You know, there is brand equity that you all have built in design, in land use, and in your current logo that you use to market the community. There's this equity in this equestrian farm lifestyle that you all have here. You see it here internally, but also people around you see that as well. They see that image that you all have created over the last 20 or so years since you've been incorporated. But it goes much further than that. I mean, you all have been intentional, and I'll talk about that again, about creating this place that is special. And because of that, your neighbors, people within the metro, people, you know, farther afield, know what Milton's about. And, you know, a lot of that has to really sort of tie into that equestrian farm lifestyle that you have here. And then there's this Milton mindset. You all are proud, and you should be, but you all hold yourself to a higher standard here in this community. Again, that starts well below you were an official city. Well before you were an official city, you all have been intentionally planning this community for decades. And what you all have here is not by happenstance at all. It's by intention. It's by everyone in this room, the citizens that came up and spoke today. There's been this intentionality of saying, you know what, we have this higher standard here in our community. And you are unique, you are special because of that intentionality. So those are some of the highlights of what we heard here. So what did that lead us to in terms of our focus as we're developing this brand system? First and foremost, we're not here to reinvent the wheel if it's not needed. We heard loud and clear that we really need to focus on building on the equity that you all have built with the current logo and graphics that you all have been doing. Part of that is we need to lean in on this equestrian character that you all have built here in the community. Now, right now, what you all have is a logo, and you use it quite often, but you don't necessarily have a brand system. And so that really is what our largest focus was here, building on our equity, leaning in on that equestrian character, but let's take this logo and turn it into a brand system. So we want to update the logo set. We want to create new messaging for the community that's based off of everything we've just talked about. We want to now start to grow our tools to help us, engage with our community, promote this place, promote our parks and recs, promote our events, but also you all as a local government communicate with the citizenry as well. As we build those tools, building off of a logo set, that's when you truly have a brand system in the community. So now we're going to share with you all the Milton brand, and there's two very distinct components of this. One is your marketing identity, and that's what you use to promote the place that is Milton, the quality of life that you all enjoy here in this community. The second piece is that government identity. And again, that reflects, the official functions of the government itself. And you already do a lot of this. We're just enhancing this, and we're growing the tool set that you have right now. And how we grow that is through that event extension, through city applications, communication tools, through marketing applications to promote your community, and then through placemaking. So I'm first going to go through the marketing identity, then I'm going to go through the government identity, and then I'm going to go through all the tool set that was built throughout this process. So the marketing identity first. Now, the first thing we have to look at when we're creating a brand system is your color palette. That's very important. It needs to be true to who you are as a community. And Sean's going to share some thoughts on that.
Thank you. So as Aaron mentioned, we inherited the equity that was built into the existing brand, but within that brand, there wasn't a lot of diversity in the color palette. And one thing we did here in a lot of our input and engagement and the conversations that we had was that we wanted to kind of keep what we were using, but we needed energy. We wanted to bring a little bit more vibrance into the system. We needed to show a little bit more of the creative energy that we're experiencing here in Milton. So one of the things that we really did was dig into more of the imagery and more of the built environment here to try to bring out some more colors and do some research within, what you are doing, what you're, looking to do through event extensions, and what kind of colors that we could find in the community. And as you can see here, a small sampling of the images that we used for references, from the equestrian heritage to the built environment, the beautiful architecture that you all are kind of setting a precedent here, even with your city hall and with some of the other buildings, the space in Deerfield. There's some real again, intentionality here, but even into the natural environment with the lush greens in the fields, but even the flowers and all that are picked, and or planted in the Crabapple Town Center here. And so, that's where we looked for inspiration to bring in these additional colors. And so the next component of building this system out was looking at the typefaces as well. Again, looking at this as an evolution, we wanted to find some typefaces that were similar to what's been being used, but have a little bit more flexibility. The primary one of that being the Tiller font that's replacing the Trajan Pro that's currently used. That's really only got one type weight to it. It looks very Romanesque, looks very chiseled and hard in its applications, and there's not a lot of variability to it. And so a Tiller, we're getting some of that style, we're creating this natural evolution. So as this does get implemented and rolled out, it's not a clean slate. We don't have to replace every sign that we've put in the ground, every plaque that we've put on the walls. We really want this to be able to roll out organically as needs come up, as business cards need to be replaced, as other things need to happen. It can roll out and live simultaneously while everything else is kind of falling into place. And then again, we've got a couple other typefaces updating the sans serif types, the serif type, and then bringing in a new accent typeface as well with that. That adds a little bit of warmth and welcoming to it whenever we get into the messaging and some of the event extensions, to bring a little bit more of that whimsy, a little bit more of that energy that we heard people wanted to see reflected more in the promotions of Milton. So by using the colors and the typefaces, you'll see as we build out the rest of the system, how we can use them in different combinations to really create a wide array of sort of different emotions and convey different meanings.
All right. Well, you've heard me say, you've heard Sean say that a lot of this is about evolution. It's about building on the platform that you all have built equity in. With the color palette, as he said, we're just looking at expanding a little bit, bringing in some more vibrant colors that allow you some flexibility. Same thing with the typefaces. Each one of these typefaces, you'll see as we go through the system, they have a very specific function to it. But again, they're based off the foundation of what you all have been building here in the community. So the next thing is we go through colors, we go through fonts, and then we say, we take what we've learned within the community, what we've seen in the community and what we've heard from the residents, and we build what we call a brand statement. Now, a brand statement, the analogy I use quite often is it's that elevator speech. If you're somewhere far away from Milton, Georgia, and you're talking to somebody on that elevator and they say, where you're from, you say, I'm from Milton. And they say, well, tell me a little bit about this place. This is what you would say about your community. The function of this really is to build the creative of the system, but also stitch together some of those assets and values that makes Milton truly a special place. Now, it can be used and will be used in things like ad copy. It can be and will be used in, you could do it in voiceovers and videos and all of that. But for all intents and purposes, it's that platform. So it's not, it's not a mission statement. It's not a vision statement. It's a brand statement. It's a market position. Now, I'm going to read this real quickly and share with you, what that market position is based on what we heard. We are Milton, Georgia, named after one of Georgia's founding fathers. Milton's history runs much deeper than that of our young city. The Milton area was originally inhabited by the Cherokee, and with the settlement of Crabapple in 1874, our community is one of the oldest areas of Fulton County. Our history remains on display in the historic buildings in Crabapple, the village of Birmingham Crossroads, and the large family farms that are a testament to our rural past and present. We have grown over the years, yet remain a community of amazing places, beautiful vistas, and great stories. Milton's character can be seen in our pristine landscapes and equestrian farm lifestyle, a rustic elegance defined by our four-board fences, lush pastures, and gravel roads. It's seen in the color of our red barns, rolling green hills, and chestnut horses. We take great pride in the beauty of our countryside and natural amenities that so many other communities have lost. We are rural, but we're not remote, a small town surrounded by an urban world. We reflect this pastoral character through modern design and style seen in our downtown architecture, new homes, and civic buildings. We are a blend of history, nature, and modernity. Milton is the epitome of Southern sophistication. Milton's essence is reflected in our people. We live a comfortable life but are down to earth. We are an engaged community of generational families and newcomers and take pride in our achievements while enjoying a laid-back, family-oriented lifestyle. We can wear flip-flops or high heels, boots and jeans with a button down. In Milton, we love that our children thrive and that our community is safe, and we celebrate our modern amenities, arts and culture that reflect our natural beauty and rural landscape. With thoughtfulness and intent, Milton strives to protect those things we hold dear. We are dedicated to our economic future, and we welcome new investment where appropriate, from thriving businesses in our active downtown to redevelopment opportunities in our business district in Deerfield. The Milton mindset has created a hometown that is uniquely Milton, surrounded by a faster pace of life. Our intentionality allows us to continue to preserve our character, our surroundings, and our lifestyle. This is our home, our community, Milton by Design. So that's that brand statement that leads us to the tagline of Milton by Design, and I'm going to talk to you a little bit about that here in a second. But here is the updated brand that's the platform of this much more sort of growing system that you'll see as we go through this. But the graphic, we've talked a little bit about this already. We're using bolder, more current and stronger fonts. We've added definition to the horse. One of the things that's very interesting about that horse, and you'll see it here in a second, there's a little bit of a optical illusion to it. You can't necessarily tell if it's coming to you or going away from you. So we just added some simple detail lines in that to where we know that the horse is coming towards us. We did flip the horse to where was originally going to the left to now it's going to the right. It flows much better with the name of the town in the graphic, the city with the graphic, but it's also more of a positive direction. A lot of times in branding, you look at trying to create that forward momentum with your graphic and with your branding. And so having that horse go to the right is very important. And then again, the last thing is too, and Sean mentioned this, is the boldness of the font. It's not a drastic change from what you currently have. It's very similar. It's in the same family of what you currently have, but your current font, frankly, is too narrow. It's hard to read, especially when you're talking about signage that you have in the community. So giving a little bit more weight and thickness to it is going to allow it more functionality as well as more expandability. And then finally is the tagline. And, you know, it really talks a lot about it in the previous slide on brand statement. But Milton by Design, you all have set this higher standard in this community that you all hold yourself to here in this community. You know, it's intentional planning that is focused on preserving what you all hold dear. This is really something that has made you this unique place surrounded by this urban area. You know, through things like planning and design standards and focused development, and even the private sector too that values design. You all here in this community has been very intentional, and you've also built those layers of protection to make you a special place. So that's your way of living. It's Milton by Design. So we talked about the updated fonts, and Sean and I've mentioned this before, but this just shows current and updated fonts, and you can simply see that it's bolder and stronger there on the bottom, as I mentioned before. And now the icon evolution itself. Again, this is something I alluded to where we flipped the horse. We gave it a little bit more definition to that horse. And then, of course, you can see this. The one on the left is your old logo. The one in the middle is your updated logo. and then the one to the right is simply those two basically layered on top of each other. So you can see that we didn't change much at all, but we kind of changed everything in the system. And it was all about basing this on what we have created here in the community and the equity we've made in that logo, but creating something that's much more expandable and functional. But then we also, and this is where we start to really kind of grow the brand from that singular logo into a brand system. And the first thing that we're showing here is just a simplified version of a logo. The previous slide showed the primary Milton community brand, community logo, but you can also have variations of that in certain applications make more sense to use that particular logo. And you see that here with the horse simply in the O of Milton. That O is really cool in your community. You have a very balanced name in your town. I mean, this is something that Sean and I have to work with quite a bit, is simply the name of the town and the letters that make it up, and what kind of balance does that give in the overall design, where your O gives you this little bit of real estate that you can do some creative things with. As you see, putting the horse in there, or maybe even zooming in on the horse itself. And these are just two examples of how you can just take an icon and use it as part of your brand system. You don't, in certain applications, you don't even need to use Milton or Milton, Georgia, or the date of establishment of your community. There are certain instances where you can actually use those icons to do that. Now, we alluded to the fact that part of our charge was creating a platform that you all could use to create unique identities as part of this larger brand system for your unique character districts you have in the community. And so there were two things we were charged with. One is focusing specifically on Crabapple, Birmingham Crossroads, and Deerfield as part of this project, but giving you all a graphic platform to where you all could grow this as you are looking into these individual character districts, or frankly, there's going to be other character districts you're going to have sometime in the future. So we want to give you all a platform for that. I know right now you are embarking on a planning effort in Arnold Mill. That might be the next one that you create a unique brand within this system, or a unique logo within the system to tie into the Milton identity, but create something to help you identify these really cool places. So as I mentioned, we looked at Crabapple, Deerfield, and Birmingham Crossroads. And here's what we came up with that. And basically, there's a couple of things that we're trying to do here, and you'll see many of these repeated throughout the system. First is really carrying that circle forward. You have a very strong seal that you use. We talked about the O and the circle in the O, and that as an application for icons. So let's look at these little graphic tools that we can use to connect everything together as part of a larger system, but create unique graphics that go along with it as well. And then we created these distinct lockups for the districts. And again, as you are creating new logos for your future districts, you would do the same thing. So in Crabapple, it's a crabapple tree that you see there in that one. In Birmingham Crossroads, it is the barn. You see a lot of that architecture in the barn. And Sean, correct me if I'm wrong, that cupola on top of the barn is actually, it's the part of the design of the Publix development that you have over there. So trying to do these little tie-ins to things that already exist in the community is very important. And by the same token, Deerfield, we know that Deerfield is your major economic development receiving area in your community. It has been in the past. It currently is right now. You all have been working to create this identity in that place with the new public services facility and firehouse, as well as with some of the streetscape that you all have done with those gooseneck lights that you have in the area. As that district is starting to evolve over time with that great intentional design that you all have focused on in this community. That gooseneck right now is something that really identifies it. And then the last thing you'll see, and this was one that I mentioned, is going to be repeated. We heard over and over and over again. One of the survey questions we asked was, if you could pick one image that best describes the character of your community, what would that be? First was horse. Second was four-board fencing. And so we added that to that. And Sean and I, as we were driving in the day, as we were getting through the pre-rush hour traffic, we knew we were in Milton. I mean, we knew where we were, but we knew we were here visually because of the four-board fencing pops in. So that's something that's very important. So you can see that is those three. And then ultimately, as I mentioned, that you could bring in the other character districts as well. So next is the government identity. Everything to this point is about how you promote the place. This is how you sort of communicate the functions of the local government. This is the new graphic that we're proposing for your city seal. And again, much like the other, we didn't change much of this except for we changed everything on this. And I'm gonna share that with you right now. In fact, if I didn't even say that, you probably wouldn't, particularly with the seal, notice the difference. The first thing that we did is we brought in those stronger fonts simply to that system. We, again, kept that definition of the horse, which actually added to the definition of the community logo. But then we added a couple of other things in there. We changed, and you can see the top left is the current seal. The top right is the revised seal. First thing we did is we put in that crabapple tree. That's the tree on the left-hand side of the logo and the gold seal that you see there. Bringing in that small little connection to the crabapple logo, but also the fact that crabapple is such an incredibly important part of this community. The next thing we did is we changed the 3-board fence to a 4-board fence. Again, that was something that was said over and over again to us was very important to who we are, and it really needs to be part of that larger system. And then other than that, we just brought in a little bit more detail to the horse, a little bit more movement with the tail, again, very similar to what you currently have, and then added a little bit more cloud and sky in that. But again, you can see in the lower graphics, one is the seal itself and one is just the graphic without the city of Milton, Georgia under it. You can see those two overlaid. So again, it's very similar, almost identical to what you currently have for your city seal, but a lot has been changed, and a lot of that has been for those simple design details, but also creating something that ties into that larger system that we're talking about. So, and you see here, it shows both the governmental identity, the city seal, and then the community identity. Well, in this case, the community identity that includes that city of Milton, Georgia there. And again, you see this with the marketing icon at the top with the variation that includes the horse and the O, and then the identity of the government, the bottom where the variation that includes the seal as the O. Nothing I'm showing you here, by the way, is an either or. All of this is part of the system. The first two logos I showed for the community and for the city seal, those are the primary logos, but you absolutely can use variations. So none of these are either or. All right, so finally, we're going to get into where this really starts to A, be fun, but B, grow these logos. Because at this point, I hadn't shown you a brand. I've shown you an updated and connected system. Now I'm going to show you how that grows into a true brand. And one of the things is, the first thing is how do people really engage in your community? How do people come together? Well, the events that you all have in a community are one of the biggest ways that happens. So it's important for us to create graphics and logos that, again, are part of the same system. They connect off of that. So we're showing a number of different variations here. All of these use those fonts. They use the expanded color palette. This is the first case that we're showing that secondary font other than that tertiary font other than that Milton by Design tagline. But really where you can use that tertiary font quite a bit is with your events, whether it's Christmas and crabapple. By the way, that's a crabapple tree that's dressed up like a Christmas tree. Again, there's all these little subtle connections to this. The Easter egg hunt, the community egg hunt, which I know that y'all are getting ready to have. Pancakes with Santa. We had originally done this with the Santa hat, and somebody said, listen, guys, this is a fire department event. Santa needs to have he needs to have a fireman's hat on. And Sean was like really upset about that because he's like, why didn't I think of that? But it was a great idea. And again, you can be playful, particularly with these event logos. Valentine's Dance, Carving and Crabapple. You can see all of these are unique, but they're all part of the same system. Some others, you have some great events. Probably the one that we changed the least was the farmers market logo. But again, we brought in those colors and the bolder font. But Independence Day with the horse wearing the Uncle Sam hat, Milton Memorial Day ceremony, all of these have a little bit more of a kind of a serious look to them. And the Milton's Veterans Day breakfast, it's important to do that. You can see it with things like Arbor Day, Earth Day, the Milton Mayor's Run, the Jog for a Cause. Now, some of these, like that one, we didn't change anything because that's something that is very important. That's something that its name is already set there, and the graphics are something that's sort of unified there. But we did want to bring it into the system with colors and typeface. The other two were your Jamboree. The Parks and Rec Jamboree. It's a fun event. It's for everybody to learn about the programming and the activities that you all have. So we wanted to create something that worked in the system but had this playful character to it. And then finally is the Wall of Fame. One of the things that Sean noticed, this is a complete recreation of the artwork you have out at the park right now. But particularly as you are inducting people into this Wall of Fame, by having a logo, you can put it on the certificate you give people or the plaque that you give people. Again, it ties everything together and it makes it, quite frankly, much more official. One of the things, so everything to this point has been things that don't exist, right? That do exist. But hey, y'all are going to have events in the future that we haven't even thought, that you all haven't even thought up right now. It may be next year, it may be 5 years from now. So this needs to be a platform that can grow. And one of the things that was talked about, we don't know we have this burgeoning arts culture here in this community. What if we had sometime in the future this arts festival and created a graphic that is very contemporary, because usually arts festival logos are very contemporary looking. They're very bright, but also ties into maybe more abstractly some of the key graphic elements of the community. In this case, it would be the 4-board fence. Again, very abstract look, but that would work fine for an arts festival or a music festival. That could certainly be something that could happen. Doesn't exist, but it could. And when you create those new events, you create logos that fit the character and the energy. So this is all of it together. You see the community brand there in the middle, Milton by Design, and you see all of these logos that I just shared with you that are all unique, but they're all part together. They have that common creative tissue that ties them all together. And that's when a logo becomes a brand system. So now we'll talk about city applications and a very similar thing. One thing is when we think about our departments. Now there are a number of departments, and certainly your committees that you all have Board of Zoning Appeals and Design Review Board and those others that don't necessarily have that outward public face in the community. Those would have a they would have a logo that's very strongly and rigidly tied to the city logo. Whereas there's others that may have a little bit more of a outward community face to it, engagement, where you can actually create unique logos that tie into that. And it might be a speech bubble with your community and engagement department. It could be a map pointer for your community development department. Economic development, quite often, and with economic development, you really want to create something that's very corporate looking, because when you're talking about bringing in new investment to Deerfield or other places, bringing in new businesses, it's very important for you all to show, that we really have this economic development division that's much broader than, a rural community. Parks and Recs, this is quite often, this is where you bring in brighter colors. Usually it's greens and browns and blues like you see here. Again, just taking the center part of the city seal and creating a Parks and Rec logo. Public Works, using that gear icon and rich icon. Fire Rescue, Milton Police. And then there's things that you obviously would apply this to, like business card and letterheads. And again, you can see, depending on what the position is in the community, you might use that more official city seal, like for the mayor and his business cards, or you might use something else for some of these other departments and employees. But again, be consistent in the graphic and the logo. And we like doing two-sided brands, a business card. So the backside would have the Milton by Design logo on it. PowerPoint, templates, all of this has been created as part of this process. That's something that's really important to the community. In fact, I use some of these in this presentation once we've gotten to this point. Dark and light PowerPoint, email signatures. Again, you all already do this, but this is just applying that current or that updated brand to that. Your social media, again, applying that updated brand to your current tools. And this doesn't show up great. I apologize for that. Something's wrong with the graphic there. But again, using those tools that you already use, like Milton Monthly, we can create new headers for that. Our forms that you all have include the logo, but these certainly have that watermark of the horse in the logo itself. Again, tying everything together. When you talk about branding, consistency and connectivity is the most important thing about branding, whether you're talking about a project or a community. Your Parks and Rec guide that you have there, your annual budget, we just talked about that. Again, this is your budget, but we've just applied the new updated graphics to it. But also things like recycling. I know when we were really working on the design of this is one of the things that you all were looking at is getting a recycling trailer and looking at the potential to wrap that. Easy things to do, keep Milton green. Again, apply the brand to those tools. All of those efforts that you have with recycling and keeping the community green. I know sustainability is one of the most critical and important things here in the community. So again, applying this brand to all of those initiatives and efforts that you all have. Vehicle graphics, whether it be the city government or whether it be a departmental vehicle like Parks and Rec. Some of the initiatives that you have, again, looking at distinct logos that make sense for that city initiative, the State of the City speech, the Police Academy, the Government Academy, Coffee with a Cop, Milton Night Out. Again, that particular one uses that national logo that the Night Out uses, but again, brings it into the style of the Milton brand. Touch a Truck, Milton Volunteer Appreciation Dinner, ribbon cutting, all the other different initiatives that you all do. One of the things that was talked about is a new resident welcome package. And one of the things that collectively we talked about with our group is this might be an area where we can be a little bit more playful here. And so welcome to the neighborhood it would be that's that idea. And here's the other thing too. You all were, we weren't charged with doing this, but it just made sense. You are coming up on your 20th anniversary here in a couple of years as a community. So creating a dedicated logo for you all to use leading up to and during 2026 to celebrate our 20th anniversary is something that you should do here in the community. So again, like before, you just see all of these different city government communication tools and logos that all connect to each other with that common creative tissue. So marketing applications, we want to create things that help build community pride, that have a very specific, communication angle to, certainly things like, hey, we could take this logo and apply it to anything you can possibly imagine to help, things like house flags for people to show their pride in their community. Certainly things like coffee mugs. You already have a coffee mug that uses the horse right now, but creating a new coffee mug. I mean, these are things that you could order tomorrow and have them produced immediately. Hats. Again, you don't always have to have the word and the name of the community in all of your applications. In this case, it's just the circle icon with the horse in it. The back of the hat would say Milton, Georgia, or something like that. But, this is something that when people live here and they love this place, they're going to want to have this hat. Or somebody comes here to one of your events and has a great time, they're going to want to take something with them to as a keepsake. And that's certainly one of the things. T-shirts, golf shirts, water bottles, really anything that, connects to the things that we like to do and the activity that you have here in the community. And then the last couple of slides are ads. Now, the ads that we design, they absolutely could be something that you could use in, regional media, regional guides. You could even use them in things like Southern Living if you were doing an ad about Milton in Southern Living, but you absolutely would use them probably more in social media to really communicate that quality of life that you have in your community. That's the reason why we have them square, because that works better with social media. But when we do ads, you absolutely can use segments, different paragraphs of the brand statement to communicate something that's important about the place. But we always try to make them very graphic intensive. I know it's cliche, but a picture is worth 1,000 words is true. And so capturing some of those great scenes and vistas that you have in the community, and then playing with your taglines as well and bringing in your community graphics. So surrounded by nature. That's the first picture I took in this community. And I don't think that you could encapsulate more what makes this community unique and different than that. Lifestyle by design. Again, we talked about people, y'all have grown. We all know that people want to live here, but you all have design standards that are important to drive development. But your private sector also, as I mentioned before, really wants to design high quality products here in this community, because that's the Milton lifestyle. That's Milton by design. Community by design. On the right path. There's a million different ways that you can go with these advertisements. And that brings us to placemaking. So when we talk about placemaking, we're talking about wayfinding and we're talking about environmental graphics. So certainly things like banners, we've designed custom banners as part of this process. You all could produce those immediately and put those not just in Crabapple, but maybe even as we know that we're working, let's say in the Deerfield area along those key corridors, we can add these banners to bring color to the area, bring character to the area, even while those are continuing to evolve and develop over time. Wayfinding. You all have a wayfinding plan that was done in 2017. It's an incredible wayfinding plan. I was telling Nita earlier today, you all probably have the nicest wayfinding signs that we have ever seen. And they're just incredible. All that we did with this is showed how we could incorporate some of these different nuances to the brand in that system. So the first thing would be in gateways, floorboard fence, bringing in the new logo and the circle with the horse. You know, it might be our vehicular and pedestrian blazers that you have a lot here in Crabapple in particular. And some of the things that make these different than what you already have are just the simple medallions above the sign that identify that district. So you have one here for Deerfield, you have one here for Crabapple. And again, those little subtle design elements can really tie all this together and also show people that live or are visiting your community that this is a different place. This is a different character district in our community. Gateways, you have gateways when you come into your community. You have gateways when you come into your character district. So you absolutely can do these pole mounted gateway signs in your character districts as well. Certainly just simply applying it to your existing tools like your yard sign, Milton Farmers Market, existing sign panels that you have right now, the Milton City Park and Preserve, Bell Memorial Park, again, bringing in, you see that. This is one of the one instances you actually have a four-board fence on really anything in your community, and we're just showing a potential redesign of what that could look like, or it could just simply be, let's change that panel on that sign, something that's really easy to do. This is the sign that's right in front of us right now, and all it does is just puts the new logo on the top of it in new fonts. Now, this is something important to say about this. As you all can see, I mentioned we didn't change anything, but we changed everything. That was because of this ongoing community engagement we have, the equity and you've all created in this system. And then growing it into a true brand system. Now, the cool thing about that path that led us here is this stuff doesn't have all what you currently use, what you currently have in the wild. This sign that's right behind us, we're showing how you could apply the new logo to it, but you don't necessarily have to right now. What we've shared with you all is going to seamlessly work through a broader implemented system here in the community, and you don't have to reinvent everything that you've already invested money in. Other gateway signs like Deerfield, Fire Station 43, our historic signs, the only thing we've done there is put that block M, mark there that's got that more historic look to it, to your existing signage. And then environmental graphics, you do some of this already, which is really cool, like the topper over the yield sign. But you can absolutely apply it to your street signs. You can even apply it to your street grates that you have in your community, but also street furniture, benches, trash cans. You can apply your brand to really anything that is in your imagination. So I know I've said finally several times, but truly this is finally. Implementation. So we've developed a report as part of this plan. It has that style guide to it. It has a brand launch guide that goes along with it, which is simply your implementation guide. It has brand partner guide, because maybe there's an event that someone outside the city government is doing that it may make sense that it be a part of this brand system. And this gives you guidance on how that can happen if it were to happen. Strategy board, again, that goes over some of the details of the development of it. And then a digital file library. Everything that we shared with you, we have output in single color, in 4-color, in 5 or 6 different file types, because every time you use a vendor for a certain thing, they're going to want a very specific file type. All that is part of the digital file library that we've given to you all, and the the style guide really gives you those implementation tools on the specifics and details from everything from the font to the specific colors that are part of the system, the proper way to use the brand as you're using it, as well as some of these strategies that I've mentioned to you in this presentation. So finally, that brings us to my last slide here, which is the community brand. I appreciate your attention on this. We have really enjoyed working with you all the last year on this project. I think you've got a great community, and this is what the updated brand system is, and I'd love to answer any questions that you all may have.
Any questions? Comments? Councilman Jacobus?
I love a lot of what you've done, but I'm very disappointed in Deerfield. The idea that Deerfield's known for a lamppost just turns me off. I guess because I think Deerfield is such an opportunity for us from a business perspective, that when I think about talking to people about Deerfield and business, I don't get that from a lamppost.
Right.
And I don't get the tie-in. You know, when I see crabapple, I see the crabapple tree. I get that. And the barn in Birmingham. But a lamppost in Deerfield?
Hey, that's fair. Everything that you said right there is absolutely a fair comment. I can tell you with our with the public and our steering committee, we talked about that quite a bit. We had a few different options for that. A lot of times the discussion came back to, how do you see Milton in Deerfield? A lot of the discussion came back to that. Now, again, your point is well taken. Does it have to be that gooseneck lamp? No, it doesn't have to be that. It can be something maybe that has a little bit more of a corporate look to it, perhaps. There's nothing, sort of a business district look to it is what I'm talking about. It absolutely could be part of that. A new logo easily for Deerfield or Arna Mill or any of these other character districts could be sort of created within this system. But that is absolutely a fair comment that you make. I mean, one of the things I met with you all, and I apologize for keep talking, but when I came to talk with you all, the city council about a year ago when we started this process, I thought that the discussion would lead us to a primary focus of this needs to be this character that we've grown in this community, this rural character, this equestrian lifestyle that we have. And there was that. But Deerfield as a receiving area and the economic development opportunity, as you mentioned, was one of the key, if not the more prominent things that were talked about with you all in this board when we started this process. So again, fair comment for sure. I appreciate that.
Councilor Cookerly?
Well, branding exercises are always fun to see some new things, et cetera. So I would suggest that the by design is really not necessary, because you stated yourself very eloquently at the beginning that when you're here, you see the differences. And by design is used so often. Buick even just released a vehicle that's called something by design. Exceptional by design. There's other cities that are by design. Some of them are distinct by design. And that is not something I would want to adopt tonight. I think that needs to be looked at. But there are a lot of things in here that could be put into play. But I think Milton is what it is, and it really doesn't need that moniker. But other things in here I'm a fan of.
Again, that's a great point. The interesting thing about taglines, if you think about other communities and other places, taglines aren't always used. They're used more sparingly.
Yeah.
You might have welcome to Milton. You might have
You
on
might
your-
want to use it in economic development.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But taglines can be used in certain applications. So that was talked about quite a bit as well throughout this process. And again, fair point, fair point.
I mean, that's what we're just sort of a little free form here before we do whatever.
Has there been any feedback from the public on any of this? Any chance?
Most of the feedback from the public has been in our conversations with the community, as well as our steering committee, which many of the folks on the steering committee are, and the roundtables we met with are citizens and within the community. We wanted to share it with you all before we sort of got it out into the wild in the community. So hopefully that answers that question.
And let me just go one layer deeper in that. In the creative development, the concepts, has that been vetted by the community or subcommittees and the like, where you've been more of an iterative approach
It's been an
based on
iterative
feedback?
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
It has been an iterative approach in much of our engagement with the community in the back and forth. There's been discussion about direction. There's been discussion about not reinventing the wheel, building off of a foundation of what you all use right now. But there hasn't necessarily been a public viewing of the brand system yet. Again, part of that was, we wanted to make sure we shared it with you all before that happened.
So is that part of the plan then, is to now take this out to the public for broader feedback and another iteration? Or is this the final and you guys are looking for approval from council?
I think based off of our sort of ongoing process that has been founded on this community input and this community conversation that we've been having for the better part of a year, I would suggest to you all that this is, short of any, simple revisions that we need to do as part of this, this is the final brand that I would position to you all. And the reason for that is it's very important. This whole thing, we talk about intentionality of this community. This process has also been very intentional. And if we continue to go to the drawing board and come back and revise and make sure that we're trying to get maximum public comment that we then have to sort of reflect in the design, what you end up with, quite frankly, is a design by committee process that really turns into something that's watered down. So I would suggest for you all that you accept this as sort of the final brand. Tweaks and changes that you all see, certainly are things that can be accommodated with this. I think that one of the big things is where it stands right now is, being that it's built off of this foundation of some logos that you all have used, you can start to introduce this into the public through kind of rolling and soft implementation of that system. And that would be when they would really start to see it and feel it and all of that. So,
yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. Perhaps there will be some minor feedback and edits. I guess my question goes to budgeting and I guess really implementation where you'll see it out, right? In broad daylight, right? What does the wayfinding look like? When do we start implementing? What budget do we have allocated this year to start making this new brand visible in the community? Do we have that sort of deployment plan defined?
That, in terms of your internal budgeting, that's not addressed in this plan. However, I do know certain things like wayfinding is I don't know if it's part of your budget, but I do know that's something as an initiative that you all have been focusing on. You've also done some wayfinding here, but that strategy board that I talked about, it'll have the specific recommendations. It'll have short, medium, long-term, sort of soft guidance on how you would do that. A lot of times wayfinding is the long-term when we're working in other communities. The reason why it's the long-term implementation is because it's most expensive, and it hasn't been budgeted. Maybe a little bit different here because you all have a strong wayfinding plan. You already have some budgetary considerations for that. But anyway, to your point, yes, that's part of this. There will even be some cost estimates on certain things. Many of these things are cost zero. Others, like the banners, which banners, believe it or not, are one of the most impactful ways to implement a brand system. They are very cost friendly. You know, you already have, particularly in Crabapple, you have the hardware for them on your lamppost. You know, but a single banner might cost $100 to $200. You know, so we'll have that detail, but with all of the different recommendations in it as well. So
I just wanted to add one part to the wayfinding question. So the idea is once the branding has been sort of accepted, it becomes the foundation for the next phase, which goes into the wayfinding. And what we plan to do is identify, you know, we've already looked into potential gateway locations and signage and things of that nature. But what we're doing with the next phase into wayfinding is looking at, you know, materials of signage and things of, you know, that nature while having the branding already in place. So things like fonts, colors, and, you know, the style of those signage items will already be in place. And then we will look at, you know, the best places to have a gateway. It might not be right when you cross into Milton city limits. It might make more sense at a different intersection. So those are all things that we're going to study as to where it makes the most sense to place that gateway identity.
Yeah.
And from a dollars perspective, we've been putting money aside in our long-term capital plan for some time for our gateway signs, the other markers that go out. So we have about $369,000 currently there and about $25,000 programmed to go back in there each year.
This is one of those things, those tangible things that the community can easily get around and get excited about, right? So to the extent we've got plans like that and we can socialize that and let the community know what's forthcoming, I mean, that's reasons to believe right there and to get excited. So great job. The scope of that was awesome. You guys did a great job with that design.
Couple quick questions. So was this in the packet? I mean, was this presentation in the packet for council tonight?
I'm not sure if this particular presentation was, but I can output this as a PDF and get it to Anita.
Okay. I'm trying to just maybe be very cognizant that, you know, if we approve this and we're way off the mark, which I don't think we are. I mean, like you said, you took our old logo, gave it a refresh look, which is great. I think you're 95% there. I think Councilor Jacobus and Councilmember Cookerly had some suggestions. So my question is, how does this get released to the public? And that if we are off the mark, right, how can we change that and maybe incorporate some of these suggestions? How will that work?
So our goal this evening was to adopt through resolution. What we certainly can do, since this is the first time we do have 2 new council members on board as well, is to have those caveats made that there will be some slight edits to either a character area logo or an extension of that. And then we internally can also discuss the rollout of what that implementation looks like. So maybe there's something that's a part of that existing brand system that we, you know, internally discuss that isn't something that we necessarily want to roll out to the community publicly, or it has a more specific use. So I don't know exactly the legalities of what that resolution process looks like with those changes, but
I mean, I think a simple work, just bring it back to council, say we want to make these couple changes. Let's advertise it to the public and just have a smaller presentation like we're having now. I mean, I think that's simple enough. Is that makes sense to
But
you?
also in fairness to them for the budget
Yeah.
and the amount of time they've worked on it and the scope of the work.
I mean, this started in
They're
2021, I think.
Yeah, but
right?
they're out of budget. I mean, you know, we can't just go. So.
Well, I mean, you had a great.
I know. I mean,
a great
I
suggestion.
think we don't need that, but I'm just saying that I feel your pain.
I feel your pain, but I feel the pain that.
Yeah, no, we need to tweak some
tweak
things.
it,
Sure,
yeah.
I got it.
I think this did come out of our 2021 strategic priorities.
thing I want to mention, Mr. Mayor, is we did put the resolution together, which was actually a little different than a typical resolution because you're talking about iconography, you're talking about aesthetics, you're talking about theming, branding. And so it was purposely built with a whole lot of flexibility in it. In other words, think of it like this. You're basically almost approving a palette. And then you're turning it over to professionals to sort of use that palette to do creations on. So I think that within the context of what you've heard tonight, if you approve the palette, they'll take the feedback and bake it into what they create with the palette.
Okay, that's fair.
I love all the events and stuff. I mean, that was like fantastic. I think I remember, 15 years ago, we were doing that on like Photoshop on Microsoft Word. And that's great stuff. So
Events too, one other thing. This past fall, Milton won the state championship in football. There's not a football in this wall of fame. I might just add one.
lacrosse, is there lacrosse? Is there lacrosse?
There's lacrosse on there.
Okay, cool.
Councilmember Haney also wants to know how he can order his first polo golf shirt, logo golf shirt. He's not going to ask it publicly, so I'll do it for him. Answer that now, maybe you can follow up.
Any public comment on this?
There is none, sir.
Okay, close public comment and open it for motion.
Mr. Mayor, wait, where is it?
Um,
What page? are we on?
Page
3.
3. I got different. I'm different than you. so I
Okay.
got different
24106.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Mayor, I make a motion, we approve agenda item number 24-106.
Second?
Second.
Okay, have a motion from Councilmember Cookerly and a second from Councilmember Cranmer to approve agenda item number 24-106. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. Thanks, y'all. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Nice job.
Okay, will the city clerk please tell the next item?
That next item is consideration of a resolution to establish maximum speed limits on designated roadways. It was deferred at the March 4th, 2024 regular meeting. It's agenda item number 24091. Our Public Works Director, Ms. Sarah Leaders.
This one will be quick also. Don't have a presentation. Just now that the ordinance has removed the speed limits from ordinance, we adopt those by resolution. So this is a presentation of a resolution that includes our latest radar permit, which we got back late January of 2024. And glad to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions for Sarah? Okay, any public comment?
There are none.
Okay, I'll close that, open it for motion.
Mr. Mayor, make a motion, we approve agenda item number 24-091.
Second.
Okay, have a motion from Councilmember Jacobus and a second from Councilmember Verhoff to approve agenda item number 24-091. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Any council reports? Okay. With that, we will now adjourn into executive session to discuss personnel, land acquisition, and potential litigation. Do I have a motion?
Make a motion to adjourn to the executive session.
Okay, have a motion from Councilmember Haney, a second from Councilmember Jacobus to adjourn into executive session. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Convene.
Motion to reconvene.
Uh,
Got it. I got it.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So that was Andre and Doug. Okay, adjourn.
Make a motion to adjourn.
All right, all in favor?
We're all
Aye.
fried. Aye.
All right, that was Doug and then Andre. All right.